freaking ass. How dare you? That's crazy work. Plan would not be. No. Oof. Shit. No. Oh my god. He's slugging. Can someone clip that, please? That was a nice chase. Just do a wait clip. Wait, Scorpion? Wait, how? Shit. Oh. Hello? You didn't tell me? So I have to be electric? You didn't tell me? Right? Not the NOED. That's crazy. Like, I don't understand why people be bringing NOED. Like, it's... Oh, my... Oh, take a hit.
Go.
You bitch.
Are you out? Okay. Oh my god.
That was so stressful. Oh my god. I got stuck real bad. Hello? Hello? Game? Excuse me? Huh? What the fuck? My account is not being used by another device. No ma'am. No ma'am. No, okay. Now is not the time to be missing. Okay, okay, come here, girl. Come here, come here, come here. Let's go closer over here to the pallets, okay? Okay, okay. Oh my god. Fuck me. Girl.
谢谢你们让我长见识，但进入梅洛彼得堡的手续还是要好好完成的。请站到那块板子前面，我会用留影机给你们拍摄画片。
好吧，拍的好。
Hey, so we're really gonna be imprisoned. That sucks. But at least it's only for 45 days, though. That's the real tea.
You can make me.
Please make it out. Please, 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 please. Oh my god. Oh. Fuck yeah. I did it. I did it. God, that was scary. I don't think she likes us very much. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's wild.
任せりゃいいのに、かっこつけて結局こんなありさまになって。
学生か。道理で考え方が甘いな。だが、 この世界は教科書に記されるよりずっと残酷で
Okay,
複雑
clock it. Clock it, Oval. Clock
威
it.
嚇者と人類が平等に共
Tell
存す
that
る統合
pesky
された
kid
楽園な
his
のだ。
place. And it
こんなウイルスなどあってはならん。
だからあなたは
Oh, bitch. Okay, Shack at 5, I'm so sorry. It had to be done. I was not about to go down there. I was not about to go down there. Teabag, teabag. Can someone clip that, actually? I want to save that for later. Are you still on my ass? Why did they make Trickster's hair look like that? Hello? That's Trickster from Temu. Not gonna lie. That's crazy that they did him dirty like that. Bad dog? Yeah? Made you whip, buddy! Made you whip twice! Oh no. Oh no, not the Mori without the hook. Oh my god. GG's. He wants me so bad. I don't know if it's a he or she. I don't know, because they got the trans flag, so I don't know if it's trans mask or... Nicely done! Oh my god! W Leon! That Leon? Leon is so goated for that. Oh my god. Oh my god. Who's baby? Okay, I have a friend whose name is Baby Flash User. Who the fuck is that? Is there
That's
a
my alter ego.
Wait, really?
Wait, you did kind of believe it for a second? You were like, really?
Wait. Oh my.
That's his name.
No. Hold on. Before you say something, I didn't finish my sentence. I said in this instance, I like Sable. I said I like Sable in this instance because she's actually being useful. Finally. You know, I have a feeling that one of them's hiding in a locker. Hold on. What did I say? What did I... Not the DC! Oh my god, girl! Why? Why would you DC? That's crazy. Fuck, it's Rafe. Hello? Hi, guys. Guys, I'm so excited. to look at the new Rift and stuff for DVD, but also I'm gonna be playing some killer today. Also, is it Mateus? Hello, welcome in. Hi, Pika. Hi, bestie. Welcome in, bestie. Guys, this is okay. I'm testing out multi-streaming on YouTube again still. And it's been nice. It's been nice. I know my name is weird because it's I'm Polish, but more English. That's okay. So, I play as the Singularity, Unknown, and Dredge. Ooh, those are some good killers. Singularity is pretty hard. Like, I played him a couple of times, but I've never, like, to me, I just feel like he's just too clunky for me to play. So I never, I just never played him that much. But welcome in, besties. So today we are going to play some killer, and we're gonna play some Naughty Bear. I'm also gonna be recording as well, guys, today. So I'm like really nervous to do some games today. I'm like really nervous and scared. So just so you guys know, I will be recording for a YouTube video. Like I'll probably do like a couple matches as killer, and then yeah. I love using the singularity window counter when playing against him. Yes. I find him fun to play against, but I cannot play him for shit. So I'm like I cannot play this man to save my life. So I'm like, I'd rather like play against a killer. Like if I know I'm not confident in playing a killer, like Singularity or like the animatronic or someone else, I usually just go about just going against them because they're like usually like just harder for me to play as that compared to like just playing as them, if that makes sense. But yeah, welcome in, Pika, on the YouTube side. I hope I hope you're enjoying it on that side. Oh, I got 4 kills of Singularity and Dredge. First matches and second matches, and animatronic 3 kills. Nice. Good job. I love that for you. But we're also gonna like take a look at the patch notes today because there's also patch notes that came out today. If you guys are not familiar, these are the patch notes for DVD. And yeah, so I also need to fix some things on for yeah, I need to fix some things for YouTube and stuff. I am enjoying YouTube. I usually watch YouTube vids, so I see your stream on YouTube, I'll pop in. Ooh, okay. Yeah, so the reason why like I'm choosing YouTube like to stream on YouTube again is because I feel like streaming on YouTube like will benefit some people who like prefer watching on YouTube. And like I know like I am streaming on Twitch as well, but I know some people prefer YouTube anyway, just because I know like a lot of people do tend to like work and lurk and like whatever. So need I do need to like practice more with multi-streaming and stuff. So also I need to pop this open actually. my little chat overlay for my Twitch people. Oh, by the way, I gotta sleep, so by the time I'm awake, you're probably sleeping. So, well, right now it's like 2:45 p.m. for me, so I'll probably still be awake because you're actually a great DVD streamer. Oh, thank you so much. From 13 seconds of exhaustion to 3. Yeah. We're gonna take a look at that actually. Okay, so hopefully you guys can see the screen. For me it's 10:45 p.m. at night. Oh, so you're like 8 hours. You're about 8 hours ahead of me. So by the time it's like 6 p.m., it'll be 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. So it'll probably be like 2 a.m. by the time I end, so end stream. But yeah, we're gonna take a look at the oh my god, I can't talk. The bug fixes, because this patch is like for bug fixes only and minor changes to a couple of killers. So we're gonna take a look. Jason got a couple of updates, it looks like. So jump scare anti-camp penalty no longer applies across multiple floors. So if I'm in like main building on Ormond or like on second floor for Midwich, it won't apply, I guess. Well, if you're gonna stream tomorrow, I'm gonna go to it now. Bye-bye, see you tomorrow or another day. Speaking of streaming tomorrow, I'm actually only gonna be streaming on TikTok tomorrow. So, if you want to follow me on my, so I think I have a command for it. Yeah, so I'm gonna be streaming on TikTok tomorrow, actually. So if you want to check me out on TikTok, I'll be on TikTok tomorrow. Because I'm trying to get a stream key for TikTok to like add to my my multi-streaming thingy in OBS. So I'll be there tomorrow, okay? And maybe on Thursday. Because typically I have Wednesdays and Thursdays off, but I want to stream on TikTok tomorrow. Hi, Robo. But also, yeah, have a good night. Have a good night, Mateus. Also, okay, and then new perk updates, cross-examination. While in the killer's terror radius and not being chased by the killer, they leave light marks that last for 10 seconds that you can see while while on the killer's light marks you gain elusive. Ends after 3, 4, 5 seconds. Am I elusive? I know a lot of people are upset for that. Yeah. Killer add-on updates. The slasher add-ons, Sauna Rock, that's a big nerf, actually. That's really bad. Because it went from 13 seconds to 3, for exhaustion. I feel like they could have brought it down to 8 seconds at the very least, so it wasn't like a huge nerf. But from 13 to 3, that's really bad. And then his two nails add-on spikes that come within 1 meter of the survivor reveal their aura for 5 seconds. Okay, that's like a minor nerf. That's a minor nerf. That's not too bad. Mirror shards, impaled survivors become broken for 40 seconds after extracting the spike. Was 30 seconds. Okay, so that's a buff. That's cool. Toxic waste. After a jump scare, survivors within 10 meters of a hook or scrap pile gain oblivious for 13 meters. Was 8. Okay, that's a good buff. That's a good buff. I could see a lot of people using toxic waste with like oblivious builds. So like with I don't know, like would just jump like just a jump scare build basically. Sleeping bag. After grabbing a hook spike while in omnipresent mode, see the location of survivors within 10 meters of hooks. Was 8 meters. Probably combo it with sleeping bag too. Yeah. Party noisemaker. Breaking a pallet or breakable wall with jump scare reveals aura of survivors further than 28 meters for 6 seconds. Was 32 meters. Minor nerf. So they get aura when he jump scares with toxic waste. Yeah. So it's basically like if you pair toxic waste with sleeping bag, it's basically ultimate weapon essentially, but with add-ons. Summer Screams event. The Summer Screams event will be live from July 28th at 11 a.m. Eastern to August 18th at 11 a.m. Eastern. Featuring Chaos Shuffle, Lights Out, and 2v8. Each event will be active for 1 week at a time, starting with Chaos Shuffle. Check out the available quests in order to receive rewards. How am I doing today? I'm doing okay, Robo. Thank you for asking. How are you doing? Also, I have a banana here that I was going to start eating, but then I was like, like, I don't want to eat it yet. So I'm like, so yeah, I'm going to like wait to eat it. Let's see. Okay, week 1, Chaos Shuffle, July 28th to August 4th. Week 2, Lights Out, August 4th to August 11th. And then TVA is August 11th to August 18th. Just relaxing a bit. Ooh, do you have work today? Okay, and then this is like the bug fixes for like the updates for Lights Out and like the bug fixes for them. So and then known issues. Stakeout tokens are sometimes consumed by snap out of its skill checks when facing the doctor. This is unintended and will be fixed in a future release. Okay. That's good to know that they'll fix it. Hopefully. I don't know. Now, have you up in the background while I'm golfing? Ooh, okay. I love that. Okay, so there's a lot of like changes and stuff, but I don't know. We'll see how that goes. Let's see. I'm kind of nervous, guys. Should I do play while you wait? Cause like I have a lot of wait, we need to check out the rift, actually. We need to check out the rift, guys. Oh my god. This is so cool. Okay, Rave. Okay. Okay, and Play got a skin too? Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Little trailer. Okay. They kind of ate with that. Okay, I love that. Finally, characters other than Meg get a skin. Right. I'm like, okay, girl. And like a lot of people were complaining about like about repeats and stuff, and I'm like, girl, like you can't get mad because I'm like, Meg, I'm like, and people were complaining about Trapper getting Rift cosmetics. I'm like, you guys are getting mad that he's getting recolors. And I'm like, he's not. I'm like, it's literally not like, I'm like, it's literally just a recolor. Like, hello? Like, how are you gonna get, how are you gonna get upset with them bringing a killer? Like, Trapper hasn't gotten any cosmetics other than right. I'm like, Trapper, like the last like the Rift cosmetic, I think not the one before this one, but the like 2 rifts ago, he only got a recolor. And I'm like, you guys are complaining that he keeps getting like Rift cosmetics. I'm like, a lot of the killers that have had a Rift cosmetic, like Hag or like Nurse or whatever, like a lot of them are usually recolors. The last Hag cosmetic before her like actual like recolor was like from several rifts ago. Mind you, the people complaining, main survivors who have heaps of skins, Fang Min and Meg. Yeah, like I do agree, like, because Fang Min is my main. And I do agree that she gets a lot of cosmetics. And like I feel like she doesn't need any more. And there's other people like there's other people out there that deserve like these cosmetics. You know what I mean? Like for instance, Hattie. Hattie hasn't gotten a cosmetic in so long. Like Elodie hasn't gotten a Rift cosmetic in such a long time. Like, and like also I do want them to like come out with like Rift cosmetics for like, and I'm not gonna say Sable because she just got like she had a Rift cosmetic like a couple like a while ago. So I'm not really gonna include her, but like if like give someone like Gabriel or like people who are like rarely seen in the fog, and like give some of the licensed characters some love too. Like I know with the Nightmare on Elm Street, like licensing, they have a lot more restrictions, so they can't really get anything. But like if they had like a little bit more leniency, like I would love to see some cosmetics for like Freddy or Quentin, because Quentin, like when you buy the DLC, like for the Nightmare on Elm Street, Quentin gets a special cosmetic. He gets like one other cosmetic and that's it with the DLC, and that's like, but they didn't give anything to Freddy, so I'm like, dang. And then also at the same time, like also like like twins don't get anything. Hag hasn't gotten anything. Like also like there was a cosmetic that someone had made for Dwight that like that made me think of Bubba, because like the apron, they had like an apron. I have to like find it on Twitter, but they had like an apron with like a mitten, and I like thought it was like, because the first thing that I noticed was the apron, and I was like, oh, someone's making a cosmetic for Bubba, but it was for Dwight, and I'm like, dang, like hello, like we don't need any more cosmetics for Dwight. Dwight has a lot of cosmetics, but I'm like, girl, like we need more stuff for other people, you know. Hi, my Rory. How are you? Sorry, was on a call with a pal when stream started. Oh no, that's okay, Rory. We're looking at the Rift. I am doing well. Look, oh my god. Oh, oh my god. Y'all, she's so pretty. Also, I'm so sorry if my webcam and the chat are in the way. Your girl. Also, OMG. Okay. They're kind of eating with this, I fear. I might beg, so I kind of like this. I feel like they need to give some people, some other people cosmetics. Oh, wait, is this oh. Oh, is this just a recolor or what? Is this a recolor? I think this is a recolor for Dustlinger. Okay, okay, at least Dustlinger's getting something. Okay, Michaela. Not really interested in you right now, girl. I hate to break it to you. Ooh, a charm. Okay, okay, this kind of eats. Couple recolors, I fear. Yeah. What is this? Ooh, another charm. Okay, okay. This is actually really cool. Ooh, I love this. I love this banner, actually. This banner is actually really cool. The way the charms are more exciting than some of the cosmetics. Yeah, I know. I know. I'm like, okay, okay. We got this. Okay, another banner. Okay, but like, why are we giving a recolor for this? Hello? Is this like a recolor or is this like an actual like original outfit for Elodie? I want to say this is a recolor, but I'm not sure. Did you set up vertical streaming, Lola? I'm on mobile and looks so different and good. Yes, I did. I'm doing a dual format for Twitch. So on Twitch it's vertical. It's vertical and different. It looks so good. Oh, thank you, my bags. Thank you, thank you. Also, let me hydrate. Let me hydrate. Yeah, I set it up. I got access. Not everyone has access to the dual format on Twitch. So I was able to get access and I set it up. So I'm excited. I'm like happy that people like it. I'm also vertically streaming on YouTube as well. So I saw it and I tried to do it, couldn't figure it out and deleted it. Bex, if you need my help, don't hesitate to ask me for help. I can help you. I'm free tomorrow and Thursday. So if you have time tomorrow and or Thursday, I can help you. Also, okay. Okay, you know what's weird is that I don't know why they didn't just release this cosmetic for this rift instead of making it a recolor. I kind of hate it. I'm like, girl, this is kind of mid. I don't know. I've been adding too many things to stream lately. I gotta chill for a second. I'm at my technology limit mentally. Yeah, that's fair. But thank you and I love you. I love you. Ooh, okay, this badge is kind of cute. Okay. Okay, I love this little badge. Okay, that's cute. Is it Trickster a recolor too? Yes, unfortunately. Okay, okay, a little banner. Okay. Ooh, okay, I'm kind of digging this little mirror here, actually. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, Arella got a fit. Ooh, okay. Okay, Arella. Okay, girl. Okay, they actually kind of did her hair justice this time, which is surprising. The Rift will get my money, but only because they earn it all back and the charms eat, and so do some of the deep recolors. Yes, they actually did Aurella's hair nice this time, and I'm pretty sure that they hired Lily Pie to help with the textures for like Aurella's hair and Claudette's hair and stuff. So I'm pretty sure they hired her on the side to like help with that. So because Lily Pie has been vouching for like a lot of like the black hairstyles, and like she was venting, like expressing her feelings about how someone like Meg, who's getting cornrows and like all these other hairstyles, when they could have been going towards like black characters like Adam Francis. Like they did some of Adam's hairstyles dirty too. And I like saw it and I'm like, yeah, this is kind of bad. So I'm kind of glad that, like, I'm kind of hoping that they hire her to help with that. I love how they listen and they learn. Yeah, for sure. Okay. This banner eats. Actually, I love this. Actually. This actually eats. Okay, but oh my god, the Maurice. Hello? Guys, excuse me? Okay. I'm gonna have to sport this charm, actually. This charm is so cute. I love this. I'm glad that they're implementing Maurice, actually. Maurice is cute. Oh my god. My girl Plague? Oh, that's Serena. Never mind. Girl, I don't care. I got so excited. Mama, I got so excited. I'm glad that Zarina got her little outfit or whatever, but I'm like, no, girl. I'm like, I'm not that excited for you. What is this? Oh my gosh, was this from the previous, like the previous contest for the winners from last community contest or whatever? Hi, my elixir. Okay, for the most part I like it with minus the recolors for some people. I don't love for Zarina's at all. Yeah, this is actually a cute little charm. Yes, yes. Okay, some of these people ate with these. Okay, look at. Okay. A little tablet or whatever. Okay. Oh my god, here's Knights, guys. Here's Knights. Guys, okay. As much as I hate the Knight, he's got some cool cosmetics. As much as I hate him, his Mori is pretty cool and his outfits are pretty cool. Like, that's the only good thing. Like, facing him wise, boring as fuck, and I hate you and I wish you can step on Legos and burn in Dracula's Hellfire, okay? But this outfit, they actually did really good with the outfit, actually. And they actually did really well with the hair texture. They actually ate with this hair texture, actually. Like, hello? Okay. Y'all actually ate with this night cosmetic. Like, as much as I hate this character, like y'all actually ate with this, okay? Y'all actually ate. Okay, but this one, okay, this banner is so cute. Okay. So right now I have the Deadly Garden, banner right now, but I might switch it to this because this one is so good. I'm gonna because like my main banner, like for right now, is the Deadly Gardens one with the plants. But This one is so good. I love this one. Hi, Mari. Oh my god, y'all. Oh my god. Okay. Actually ate with her. Okay, so I'm gonna have to like. Okay. Yes, and her weapon too. Okay, girl. Okay. Like, hello? I love. Okay, so I'm gonna have to start playing Plague a little bit more because of her Rift cosmetic. But, you know. Oh, guys. Trapper's sarcophagus? Is this what it's called? Trapper's sarcophagus. I might have to sport this one. Not gonna lie. Oh my god. I love this. I love this. I love that they're giving Trapper something, even if it's not an outfit. Okay? I'm actually a little bit glad. Oh, this is actually cute. This is a cute charm, guys. I love this. I love. Okay. Okay. The little badge. Okay, that's eats. Let's see. Okay. Can we talk about it? Some people were like making fun of Feng Min's face because like it didn't even match the drawing. Because like it shows her face a little chunky and I'm like, wait, what is... Are you seriously calling it lock the fuck in? Girl, bye. Girl, bye. The hair is not the same at all. Yeah, like the texture, like, girl. I'm actually low-key disappointed in the Feng Min cosmetic. As a P100 Feng Min main, low-key disappointed. It's like when I saw it in drawing and like the rendering for it, I was like so excited. And I'm like, nah, girl. The headpiece is the problem. Yeah, the headpiece, like, and like they did her hair texture dirty. Like, mama. Like, no. Okay. I'm not really too enthralled with Kate's cosmetic, but you know, I need to see the drawing again. I know. I need to see the drawing too. I found it like on Twitter somewhere, and I don't remember where it is because I'm not chronically online on Twitter like that. So I'm like, I don't want to like doom scroll on Twitter just to find it. Okay. Wait, what Feng? Wait, did Feng get a skin? Yes, from a. It's from the No, this one is a community designed outfit, Pika. Call me a hater, but enough Kate skins. Oh! Yeah, to be fair, I'm not a fan of Kate, to be honest. Okay, but this Tori... Wait, is this Tori's charm? That kind of eats? Oh, the community one? Yes. OMG, it looks so cute. Yeah, but they did really bad with the headpiece, though. Oh my gosh, Marie's drinking coffee. That's so cute. I love this. Okay, Wraith? Okay, can I just say, they ate with the Wraith cosmetic, actually. They ate with that. They ate with that. I don't like the halo on top of his head, but you know, we'll do with that. We'll do with it. I love Wraiths. I think aside from Knights, I think Wraith has the best cosmetic for the killers They did, but enough Wraith skins. You know, actually, you know what's funny is that Wraith was one of the first non-licensed killers that I've ever played. And I think that yeah, like they do give him a lot of love, but I feel like they need to just give it to another killer like Twins or something. But also, okay, like an animated badge, okay. Okay. Oh, this eats actually. For the collection, his tops, I like his deep earth white recolor. Ooh, let me see. Wait, where is that? Where is it on the last page? Wait, did I pass Tori's outfit though? Did I pass Tori's fit? Be honest. Oh, okay, but they're right. Okay, the white one, you're right. You're right, Bex. You're right. That eats. Okay. Okay. Hi, Nick. Welcome in on YouTube. Hello, hello. Okay, but that kind of eats, though. Did I miss Tori's cosmetic, though? Excuse me? Did I pass her up? Did I pass her up? Did Tori... No, that's... Did I pass Tori's cosmetic? Hello? Did I... Oh! Okay, look at her! I love. Look at this. Okay, they're okay. On a scale of 1 to 10, how do I think that this rift is worth it? I'd give it a solid like 8 if they didn't add recolors. But overall, I'd say it's a 10 out of 10, but an 8. But I'm minusing 2 points because of the damn recolors that they gave. And I'm sick and tired of the recolors that they gave. Okay, but how do I... Hello? Okay, but how come I can't... Hello? Why can I not... Okay, I'm gonna quit the game, actually, and, like, reopen it, because I think that's kind of dumb that it wouldn't let me back out, so... but, yeah, I think that they did pretty solid on the Rift. I would say. But yeah, also today, guys, I'm gonna be recording. So, if I miss any comments, I do apologize, for when I do record. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm nervous. I'm excited and nervous. So I'm like, but yeah, how was everyone's day? How was everyone's day today? I feel like, also, hold on, I need to put points into somebody really quickly. Okay, y'all. I'm also working on P100ing my secret P100s. And I'm actually very excited. I'm actually very excited. So, oh, 5 minutes? Okay. I'm gonna take a quick little BRB because I need to go to the bath. I need to go pee, first of all, because I've been drinking a lot of water. Oh my gosh! Welcome in, Raiders! Hi, C! Welcome in. Welcome in, guys. Okay. I will be right back. I will be right back. I promise. I gotta go pee. You guys came in at the time that I was restarting my game and that I had to go pee. I will introduce myself right when I come back. So sit tight, and I will be right back in a couple minutes. But I won't keep y'all, so I promise. I promise. And the DC, what the heck? Bro. Yeah, oh my gosh. Exposed? Nice. That was a very decent chase. I'm not mad at all. I'm not mad at it all at all. I'm dead though. Oh fuck.
Another duck. What are you cooking right now?
Shit! Oh my god. Okay, hello? Can you please go away?
Here and look, bro.
Okay, well...
They can't
well,
even see me on the camera until you started saying something.
well, you can go type in chat.
Like what?
No. But hi, guys! Welcome in, Raiders! For those who don't know who I am, I'm Lola. I'm a variety streamer. I mainly play Dead by Daylight, but I do play other games like Stardew Valley. I also play a lot of, I play a lot of Stardew Valley, and I also do play, other games as well. I've been in the Resident Evil era again. And so every Friday we've been doing story games every Friday. So right now we're about to start Resident Evil 5 this coming Friday. So on the whatever fucking day that is, like in 3 days or whatever. And we're gonna be starting Resident Evil 5. We're gonna be playing with my friend Benji, who I'm excited to play with. I'm actually gonna give him a shout out. I know he's probably not here, but Benji also plays a lot of Dead by Daylight and plays other games like Resident Evil, and Benji also plays a lot of Resident Evil 2 as well. But how was your stream? How tell me all the things. What were you guys playing? It looks like you guys were playing some DBD. How was DBD? I hope DBD was good. Community with chat. Ooh, I love that. Games were fun. I'm gonna be playing Killer today. I'm gonna record a couple of videos. I'm gonna record a couple of games for a video. That I do plan on editing tomorrow. Well, okay, when I'm gonna be editing, I mean Mr. Lola is gonna be editing for me, and I'm actually kind of nervous because it's gonna be my first like ever like official YouTube video, and I sent him some inspiration videos for like what I'm trying to go for, like as far as like editing goes and stuff, and I'm kind of nervous, guys. Actually, I'm actually like really nervous to like do like to record some games. So we're gonna be playing some Trapper today. We're gonna be playing some Trapper, and then because I have one of the builds I'm gonna be using is this build right here. I like to call it the item punisher build. So essentially, like I'm just snatching away survivors' items and then, yeah, and taking it away from them. But I'm really nervous, guys. It's like, and then we're also gonna do some survivor games as well. Cause your girl's got some survivor challenges to do as well. And yeah, so I'm gonna try to get some killer challenges done, and then I'm also gonna try to get some survivor challenges done as well. So we'll see how it goes. I don't know if I should do play while you wait. I probably should. To just pass the time. Oh my god. Okay. Play 5 trials as Tori Kane. Okay. So I might do I might just do play while you wait, just to keep things interesting and see how things go. I'm hoping that my games are gonna go well, and not super frustrating, but yeah, also, if you guys have to like raid and run and stuff, I am very lurker friendly, so if you guys do need to lurk, I am lurker friendly, like I said, but feel free to hang out while you guys watch me slay. I'm like very nervous. Also, let me pause the music. Let me pause the music so I can focus. Hi, Bloomy. What do you think about the new Rift Pass? I gave it a solid like 8 out of 10. Just because of the recolors, but overall I think it was a really good Rift Pass. Overall. Wow, this is an all PC lobby. Yeah, for sure. I like the knight long hair with long hair. Yeah, I think that's really cool. Sorry, I forgot to say present in class. Please don't mark me absent. Well, maybe I will. Maybe I will. Who's the killer? It's an unknown. I'll mark you late. How about that? I'll mark you late. How about that? You need a sub then? Oh. Well, no. Well, no. I'm gonna just cleanse a totem. Just because. Not the basement. Fine light. Interesting. Let me just dispel this. Oh no, that's okay, Elixir. I gave it like a solid like 8 out of 10. The reason being is that there was like a couple of recolors in there that I kind of just like, it is what it is, but oh. No, I won't make it. Oh, I didn't even know that the ads were playing. I'm so sorry, guys. I should have played ads before the match started, but my bad. I'm so sorry. But just keep in mind, guys, I am multi-streaming on YouTube, by the way, so just so you guys know. Okay, Michaela's coming for me. Okay, cool. Oh, Michaela? Thank you, Diva. sorry. No! Nice. That was a hot and sexy dead hard. Okay. Damn. Okay. At least she gets the unhook. Also, can I get an exclamation point in dead hard? Can I get an exclamation point in dead hard? Or DH, I should say. Oh! Yeah, he's leaving me. I have a question. What's the question? I'm so sorry, David. Do I enjoy DVD? No, I enjoy DVD. Oh! No one saw that. No one saw that. Stop. Stop. I suck. I asked because usually League of Legends players genuinely look so unhappy when playing League of Legends, even when they win. Did I give a look where I genuinely didn't enjoy it? Sorry if I did. I can turn off my webcam. I can turn off my webcam if that makes you feel better. Good luck, nice matchup. I'm just chill. Okay. Okay. 3 aces! Oh my god. Y'all, I don't know if these are gonna be comp aces or not. Nah, Nah, I'm a lobby dodge that. I don't want to deal with no fucking aces. I don't want to deal with no freaking aces. Listen, especially if 2 of them we're gonna have similar cosmetics on. I'm like, I don't want to be accused of tunneling. So I'm like, nah, I'm good. Okay, we'll do another survivor game, actually. But guys, if I look like I and feel like I'm tired, I did not sleep very well that match or that night. So I'm so sorry. I do have coffee with me. I do have coffee with me. So, but also guys, I'm very excited because maybe I should have done that. Maybe I should have done that that match for Trapper. Because you never know how it was gonna turn out. So I don't know. I don't know. Thank you for your daily latte, Bloomy. Thank you, thank you. And also, guys, keep in mind that when I do record my my match for Trapper, just know that your guys' comments will be appearing for my YouTube video. So just keep that in mind and keep it appropriate when I do decide to record. So I just want you guys to know in advance. And what I'm trying to do. So you guys are aware. Okay. So, but I'm nervous, guys. I'm nervous. I think this is gonna be like the first time like of me like actually like recording for a video. I hate this map. Henry. Y'all don't follow me. Don't follow me. Okay.
Your time
draws near. But on this map, you can follow the king's roots. Oh. Well, well. Anyway. I mind. Excuse me? Bro. Well, thankfully, I started cleansing totems, so... Guys, do you think that he's gonna let him here? Guys, I'm scared. I'm nervous. Actually. I'm scared. Okay. Where's he gonna come from, actually? I hope he doesn't come over here, because I'm about to clock this gen in a second. Or, not me saying clock. Oh, she's down there. Yeah, I'm gonna just cleanse this in case for Noed. Does he have secret project? I wonder if he's adapting. I wonder if he's got secret project. Turn back the clock. So potential adept. No! Go that way. Come here, mama. Okay, well, I guess you don't want heals. So. Finish it, girl! Finish it! You should have committed with me! Thank you! Now he's gonna go after your ass, but okay. Now she's gonna die. What? I wasn't paying attention.
You are stronger than I expected.
Why would you wait? Why would you wait out my dead hard? Can I get an exclamation point DS, please? On the Twitch side, anyway. Oh, I need to fix that, actually. I need to, like, update my, my command so it has 2 A's, because I don't want it to automate the message, you know? Like every time someone uses the command, so I might have to do that after the game. Where's the clock at? I know there's one down below, but okay. I'm gonna just work on a gen up here then.
You only delay the inevitable.
Man, that sucks he didn't get his little Mori thingy. He's got secret project for sure. Yeah, he's adapting.
Your days are numbered.
Not that your days are numbered. Oh my god. Where'd she go? Where'd she? Oh, she's on the other side of the map. He's gonna go in his power soon. I'm gonna go get Michaela. Shit. Take a chance, bestie. Take a chance. No! You didn't make it. Shit. Woo! Oh my god. No! Stop. I messed up my dead heart twice. Dang. Jeez. Good luck next match. Let's see. Was he adapting? He was! He got his adapt! I'm so proud of him. He did. Yes. Okay. Okay. That's awesome. So proud of him for getting his adept. Hi, Jimenez. I hope you're doing good. Okay. Like, super nervous, guys. Got 2 med kits and 2 flashies. I think we can get this. Let me... Okay. So I got everything in my build. Just to make sure. Da-da-dun, da-da-dun. La-da-dun. La-da-da-dun. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay. That's what I like to see, all the blood points. Urea Crows. Hi, Oasis. Welcome in, bestie. Okay, let's see what we got working out. Okay, we got a nasty 3-gen right there. Okay, let's set some over here, actually. Okay. I don't really like Okay, let's set this trap. Where's the other trap? Hold on. Okay. Okay, trap for realness. Well, yes. Let's actually set one on the inside. Hi, artist. Damn, 2 gens. Finesse, okay. Okay, let me set one over here, actually. I'm not doing the best, actually, like, starting-wise, but... I'm gonna see if I can get some things done. Ugh. I'm not doing that well, unfortunately. Oh, I'm sucking so bad. Oh, not me getting stuck. Hello? I hear her. Oh. Oh. Nice. I'm gonna leave you slugged if that's the case. I'll leave you slugged. I do not care. Okay, down to 1 gem. Oh my god. Where are you? Okay. I just want to make sure. Oh, hey, hey, hey. They let him go second is insane. Actually. What? Oh. Actually. Nice. And UDC. Okay. Well. And you let Lara die. Okay, where are you? Okay. Want to make sure I secure potential 4K, but okay. Nice. Let's freaking go. I got a 3K. Let's freaking go. Let's see what they had at the end. I can't believe the Dwight DC'd though, which is crazy to me, but I mean, it's whatever. Okay, let me see what they had. Okay, so Gerald had Deli, Conviction, Tenacity, Resi. Dwight had Finesse, Lithe. We called the Finesse, and then he did have Lithe. Resi, Windows, Finesse, Dead Hard. Okay, Lithe, Windows. That's what Lara had. Sprint Burst, Any Means, Dead Hard, and Windows. Nice. GG's. That was a good game. Oh my god. How did we do, guys? How did we do? Also, I'm adding to the DC counter. Sorry. That was actually really good, guys. Not gonna lie. I did really good. I did. I was recording. Yes, I was recording during that game. Yes. I was recording. Yes. I did record that game. Okay. My God, that was actually a good game. I had a good comeback. Guys, isn't that crazy? Wait. I need, oh, I did not mean to do that. Hold on. Need to put points into him because this guy is one of my secret P100s. So I need to make sure I get in some blood points for him. God, guys, okay. Okay. Okay, artist, that's fine. I have Elixir here, and Lemur's also here as well, so, but yeah. I hope you guys are doing good today. I'm a little tired, but, I'm, like, really stressed. Um, I should have wore the Naughty Bear cosmetic, but, um, for my first game, but, I think I might just keep this cosmetic on. Are you doing D&D today, artists? Okay. I just want to make sure. Oh, I don't have Discord open, so I didn't see it. Is it urgent or no? Mm. Good luck. Are you the killer or the one of the survivors? But good luck, have fun. Is it important? Oh. Okay. Oh, neither? Just vibing? Oh. Freaking Lee. Oh. Every button. No point in healing, Steve. You want to mend me? Go, 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 go. You want to mend me, Steve? Thank you. He's got Legion pin, so... There's no point in healing. He doesn't have Thana, so I don't want to heal. I feel like it's gonna just be pointless in healing. Okay, you come after me. You might have Spirit Fury, actually. So I'm not gonna throw the pallets down. He's swinging out. Of course, he come back. Okay, 40. What is that, pop? I don't know if that's pop or not, so... La da da. Okay, I'm gonna go for the save. You not want heals, girl? Okay. Iron Maiden? Iron Maiden? Who brings Iron Maiden into 2026? Bro. That's insane. Maybe he's adapting too, I don't know. Oh. To be me, to be me. Oops. Hi, Maurice. Hi. Yeah, this is why I also don't try to pack up on one gen, because even though I feel like he could have discordance, but I'm not sure. Where's that gen? I hear it. Oh, is it here? I don't want to go in without Delita, but... Okay, Delita went. Okay. Cool. They got, did he give up? I don't know if he gave up. Oh. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Please. Oops. GG's. More light one. Interesting. Enduring. But okay. Why bring Enduring if you don't have Spirit Fury? And you had Legion. You had the Eerie button. GG's. Been promoted. You are now one of my elite employees. W Streak Elixir. Um, Do I really? Can I keep this build on? Yeah. Mm-mm. Mm. Mm. Yeah, I don't. Mm. An ace. Guys, do you think that one of them is gonna DC? Like, even if I knock them down? Because I feel like they are. I feel like at least one of them is bound to DC, right?
You'd better be careful, naughty bear.
Just in case. Just in case that one of these people are one of the same survivors from last game. Kind of switch up cosmetics, you know? Okay. I don't. Dang. Y'all are being greedy. Hmm. Oh my god, this is my favorite map for Chopper.
Today will be full of fun and games.
Fun end games, you say? I sure hope so. What's... Oh. You're getting shamed. There's a percent there. Well? Okay, well. I guess he can't set traps here. Oh! Okay. Thank you for the lurk, Mari. Okay, I'm gonna leave main alone, actually. So... I'm gonna let them do main. Keep whipping. Okay, I got main done. Oh. I don't need you, I don't need you. I don't need you, I don't need you. Alright, girly. Are you giving up, bestie? Last stand. I'm gonna keep you on the floor. Shit. Come on, little Dwight. I guess you can take me main. Why not? What? Did he jump down? Or no? Nice. That was good on my part, actually. Are we seriously giving up? Against a trapper? Come on. Are we seriously giving up against a trapper, guys, in 2026? I don't get it. Oh, wait. Ace has been getting on my last damn nerves. And they let Dwight go second is insane. Are we seriously giving up? Okay. Well, I'm leaving you on the floor. So. I'm leaving you on the floor. I'm giving some major leniency here. They're not even touching gems at this point, so I'm like... I thought I heard you. Let me go check here, actually. Did Dwight leave? Yeah, he did. Nice. Thank you, sir. Are these two ratting it out? I don't know if they're up here, actually. No, they're over there. gonna leave you on the ground, actually, because you've been annoying me. I'm sorry, but you've been annoying me this whole game, so I'll leave you slugged for a bit, actually. And then there were two. They have like a nasty 3-gem setup over here, but they haven't really been touching gems, so... like, guarding all these gems, and they are ratting it out as well. Actually, I hear a gem? No. Okay. You've been annoying me this whole game, Dwight, so I'm leaving you on the floor. I know Ada's, like, hiding out, too, so... I have, like, no issues with, like, just... plugging it out, because... like, the fact that they all kind of just gave up in the beginning just really annoyed me. You know what? Yeah, I found her. Nah. You annoyed me. You annoyed me. You guys annoyed me so bad. And it's really annoying. Because guys shouldn't be giving up that easily. For one. Like, it's just so annoying. You know?
Shine, naughty bear.
God. I wonder what their perks were, to be honest. It's like, there's no way. There's no way you should be giving up. Dwight had Last Stand. I called that. Head On. DS. Blast Mine. Jeff had Hyper Focus, Deja, Inner Strength, Sprint Burst. Ada had Lightweight, Life, DS, Technician. And then Ace had Life, Finesse, Windows, and Any Means. So it's kind of just like, girl, y'all are bringing all these perks, and then y'all are gonna give up because y'all want to win. But hey, GG's, I guess.
Good day, naughty.
Y'all, I don't know what is up with the survivors today, but they're on something. Da, da, da. What add-ons do I have for you? Oh, wait. Did I get any more? No, I didn't. Hmm. I'll do this one. Yes. Accusations, weapons. No. And actually, let me see what my mm, let's see. Okay. Mm, da, da, da. Maybe I do like one more killer game and then switch fully to Survivor. Wait. Okay. Huh? Disconnected from the host. Excuse me? Right. Dracula. Interesting. Is he really gonna camp that? Not me blowing up again. He's got the legendary cosmetic on. It sounds like. Did he go basement? Okay, Bessie, we gotta stay away from... We gotta stay away from Maine. At least just so that we don't go basement, so... How do I get up here? Hi, my top! Not good to heal under hook, but, you know, it is what it is, so... See. Okay, Kwan's getting chased. And then I guess the other two are on the same gen, but I'm not sure. Oh, I'm blowing up the gen. Nice. Nice. I might Eerie. Oops. How are you, my Eerie? Oops. Two private offerings. I wonder if he brought a map offering or a hatch offering, probably. Oh. Hi, guys. I feel bad because of Vittorio, but, you know, I left him there to go get her, but it is what it is. Jeez. These two might be together, but I'm not sure. Actually, I might dodge because I'm gonna just end up having tunnel vision, and I don't wanna be that person who gets salt and being like, you tunneled and blah 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 blah, and I'm like, girl, I'm just playing the game. I'm like, it's not my fault y'all were like matching cosmetics, so check my phone for something really quickly. Okay. I just had to confirm a date with a couple people for streaming purposes. So Saturday I'm gonna be collabing with Rory, and we're gonna be playing some Stardew Valley on Saturday, and then on Monday we're gonna be duoing with Mari. I'm excited, guys. I'm so excited. And yeah. We're gonna be collabing with a couple people. I have to like set my schedule soon, so that way I could put it in my calendar, and then let me see, actually. Let me see. Check it on Canva. Check it on Canva. Oh, okay. I'll fix that later. I'll fix that later. Not the private offerings. 3 private offerings is crazy. Imagine bringing 3 private offerings and not cakes. God, another indoor map. Well, I shouldn't say another indoor map. I think this is the first indoor map I've gotten all day on Killer. And I hate this map for Killer, actually. Ah, sprint burst. Ah, I'm not gonna chase that. Nice. Are we seriously giving up still? What the hell is wrong with y'all? Nice. No. Actually. Yes, yes. Give me that pallet. Give me all the pallets. Nice dead hard. Now. Yeah, see, your teammates are wasting all these pallets, girl. Your foots. Footsies. Where, David? I just want to talk. I lost him, but that's okay. Okay. Come with me, Quan. Please, I just want to talk. Give me that flashlight. You know what? Here, I won't even swing at you. This. Should have left a trap there, but hey. Oh, he kept holding W. Let's go. Nice. them all too, Hook. They played really well. They were very gen efficient, actually, too. Little gamers. Okay. I got 3 out of it. That's okay, though. You're going back? Seriously? Nice. Okay, can I last the endurance? Nice. Now, where did I hook David at? I think it was over here, I believe. I should have hooked Quan, yeah. But I was greedy. Go ahead, David. You won. GG's. What do they have? I know he had Dead Hard. What did they all have? Let's see. Nia had Sprint Burst, Resi, Bond, Deja Vu, Technician, Resi, Life, Reassurance. Or no, Resurgence. Blast Mine, Wiretap, Deja Vu, Bond, Dead Hard, Made for This, Resi, and No Mither. Okay, GG's. Hi, welcome in, guys. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you guys for the follow. Welcome in. Hi, welcome in. That team did really solid. Sorry, I was in the middle of recording, but welcome in, guys. For those who don't know who I am, my name is Lola. I'm a variety streamer. I mainly play Dead by Daylight, but I do enjoy a little bit of variety here and there. How did you guys find the stream? Welcome in. Hi, Aphrodite, welcome in. Hi, Savvy, welcome in. We were playing a little bit of Killer today. I was recording. I was not expecting a raid while I was recording, but I do appreciate you so much. How was stream? For those who came in with a raid, if you guys have to like read and run and stuff, feel free. I see you guys were playing Dead by Daylight. How was DVD? How are your games? Tell me all about it. Tell me. I would like to know. We've been recording some gameplay for Trapper, but so far so good. It was good. How's your games been? It was good. I had some challenges and people giving up, but overall it's pretty solid, I'd say. I'm working on 3 secret P100s right now. I'm starting my journey with them, I should say. And it's gonna be interesting because I feel like people some people have been asking me who my secret P100s were, but I'm like, I'm not gonna say anything, so I can't say. I can't say. But yeah, I hope your guys' streams was good. And thank you again for the raid. Um, like I said, if you guys have to like raid and run and stuff, feel free. Um, but I might, I don't know. Uh I was recording a couple of gameplays, but I don't know if they were pretty solid. Um, but I might record some games off stream. We'll see. Uh, but um, but I don't know. It's been quite the journey so far, but I'm not sure. So I might switch to some Survivor actually. But I don't know. I'm like really nervous in recording my gameplay. I got inspired by Mish to record my gameplay, but I don't know. I'm kind of like really nervous in like recording my games because I'm like, I don't talk a lot, but like I also just like I just really would rather like not talk about my gameplay, but I'm trying my best. To have some dinner with friends. I'll be lurking. Thank you so much, Aphrodite. And I'll be sure to drop you a follow as well. Because following is free. I'm hoping to like meet more people as well. In the future. So and thank you again for the raid. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Also, okay, I think I'm gonna switch to Survivor completely. I might do some recording off stream and then see. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how I feel. We'll see how I feel. How long have I been on for? Almost 3 hours. Okay, I'm gonna run some ads actually. Just because I don't want the ads to run during game. I need to oh, not her dodging. Hello? Oh wait, no. Wait, did she leave? Yeah, she did. The other Tory left. A Jonathan Byers. Now that's a rare sight. Okay. They're asking for Lightborn to happen, but it is what it is. So. Hi, my star. A private offering? Are you serious? That's crazy. That's crazy. Bye. Oh. Not the Wraith. I mean, hey, at least we're getting some variety today. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. Corrective action? Who's bringing corrective action? Also, hi, my star. Thank you for the daily login. Thank you, thank you. Pain res? Question mark? Are you kidding me? No, he's got no. He's got the Blind Warrior add-on. Never mind. No pain res? Maybe eruption? He's going back to the hook. Oh my god, he's got Soul Survivor. That's crazy. So Jonathan is basically expecting us to die. But to be fair, he might die first, so... I got stuck. Move, Leon. Oh my god. I don't know why I just think myself, but okay. Lara's gonna have to force herself to trade. keep forgetting he has blind warrior, so nice. I love his little jester outfit. I think out of all of his fits, that one's my second favorite. I need to protect Jonathan Byers, actually. He did get low-key tunneled at the beginning of the game. Wait, where'd he go? Hi? Oh. No, my DS ran out. I'm a survivor. Oh. Da 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 da. It's okay, Jonathan. You live. You live. Even though I know you have Soul Survivor. God. Okay, I did hit my DH twice. Also, I need to fix that command, too. Hold on. I need to fix that command. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Okay. GG. GG's. Okay.
Power lies here. Aim in the middle of it.
I'll do, like, this game and, like, one more game, actually. I need to also check to see... I need to run ads, too. Okay. Dun, dun. Mm-mm, mm-mm. Okay, I think I know who I'm gonna raid after this. Oh, excuse me, I just burped. Um, okay, y'all. For the love of God, please leave the top 2 gens. Oh, it's a... Oh my God, I'm so happy! They're on PC too, oh my God. I hope... Okay. I wish that V would just leave that top gen for last. So, okay, and for those who are, like, wondering why I'm, like, wanting to leave the top 2 gens for last is because, it's just so that way we can prioritize all the bottom gens and not the top ones right away. He's got Ruin. Wonder if she's got Sloppy, maybe? Sloppy, Mindbreaker, Ruin. Oh, this poor Ada got to be tapped. Ainras? I hope V is going for the save. I don't know where the Ada went, so, or is hooked at, so. Okay, girl. V! That just makes me so mad. That makes me so freaking mad. That just makes me so freaking mad, bro. No, I'm gonna leave her to die, actually. I don't care. I'm gonna leave her to die on hook, actually. Oh my god, my screen went black. Hello? Nice, good job. She gets me here. I still don't know why that V left her to die on hook. Like, bro, that makes me so freaking mad. That makes me so mad. This V, bro, I don't know what the Ada did to this V to leave her on hook like that, but it kind of just annoys me. Like, bro, see, no. You can go. Find me a rat. No, it went out. Hi, my Sam. How was your birthday on Sunday? I don't know why the Yui's just standing there, but okay. I don't get people today. I don't know. That's just crazy. I'm gonna report the V as well. I'm gonna report the V. Hi, Yogi. It was good. Got to celebrate a lot this weekend. Nice. I'm so happy. Okay, I'm gonna report this V real quick, because, V also, see. I want to know what perk she had. Hold on, y'all. I'm just like reporting. I'm like, okay, let's see. Like, oh my god. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna do like one or two more games. I know I said I was gonna do 2 games after this, but I'm like, these survivors have just been kind of, I don't know, on one today. So, I don't know. I'm hoping. Hello, this is Houndmaster. Sorry for your shitty teammates. Yeah, GG's. Listen, so when I went to go get Ada off the hook because I didn't know what Ada was doing and she wasn't touching a gen, and I'm gonna have to go back in my VOD to like clip it to like report but she basically didn't, she like was the V was crouching in front of the unhook and didn't bother unhooking, and by the time I got there the Ada died, so I was like, that's kind of crazy. So and it's like I felt bad for Ada because she did get tunneled, so I was like I can't do anything, and I was trying to like go for saves and stuff, but yeah, I don't know, my teammates were something else. Also, I think I did hit a dead hard that game, so I don't know. But you did really well, though. I'm kind of glad that the Yui died because Yui also didn't bother coming for the unhook when you had hooked me. So I was like, I'll just die on hook then. And then I kind of just was like, I'll just wait until like I'll just wait. But yeah, you played really well. I didn't even purposely tunnel because I was chasing another survivor and then just ran into her. She didn't even run when I saw her. She just stopped moving. Oh! I was a freaking spirit. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Okay. Well, I'm getting off that gen because the spirit's gonna know that I'm there. So I'm gonna move. I'm gonna move. I was like trying to read your comment in the process, but because it's like, I get it if you like accidentally bump into someone else and like whatever and like you don't want to tunnel, but I'm like okay, this Michaela's gonna piss me off. I hate scene partner, but I'm like, you didn't even purposely tunnel like her, so like I get it. And I didn't purposely, like, I didn't see that you like, you know, like if you like chased her or not, like we're chasing her and stuff, Because I had survivors give up on me too earlier today, so like I switched up to survivor, and well, yeah, it was really interesting today. And then I switched to survivor, and like my teammates were, I don't know, my teammates were something else today, so it's kind of like I don't know what to expect now. But I guess that's the ups and downs of like solo queue, because like, you know, you'll have like really excellent teammates, and then the next game, like, you'll have like some shitty teammates, and you're like kind of questioning like, what are you guys doing? Yeah, I had 2 DCs back to back on both Killer and Survivor. Yeah, that's valid though. I think I had like 1 DC today. I had 1 DC on Survivor and, or on Killer, I should say, and I'm like, I'm not really, like, and I wasn't even tunneling. It was more so, like, the, like, Survivor, like, had his, like, first hook, and I'm like, dang, like, this is your first down and your first hook, and you DC. So, oh, sorry. Sorry, girl. Michaela, stop, girl. You're annoying me. Okay, circle of healing. Adept, maybe? No. Michaela's not adapting. At least this Michaela. Thank you. I hope you have a good rest of your games, and, thank you for the follow, by the way. I appreciate that. Wait, where's the gen? Oh, here it is. Miss Michaela is annoying me with a scene partner. Who is that? Michaela number... Is that... Yeah, it's Michaela number 1. Okay, eruption. What time is it? Okay, it's 6 p.m. Okay, I'll do like 1 more game after this, probably. Okay, bro. got stuck. Now. Okay. Okay, what does she have? Shadow step. This Michaela's really gonna piss me off. Not this specific one, but the other one. Okay. Hubris? What? That was a really short phase. What the heck? I should have dead-hearted there. I don't know why she has hubris if she... Yeah. If she's got, if she hasn't been paladin, so... Michaela #1 is gonna piss me off. I hate scene partner, bro. I don't know what the other generators are, personally. Oh. Dead hard, WDS. Come here, girl. Da-da-da. We might have 3 gemmed ourselves personally, but I don't know. Oh. She might have Eruption and Surge. I'm not sure, though. Hey, babe. Okay, babe. I have the fan on. It's not blowing hot air. Mama, why are you afraid to get stunned if you got hubris? Hello? Like, baby, did you forget you had hubris? Hello? I don't know where the exit gate's. I think there's an exit gate over here. I really hope this is the exit gate. Oh, it's the other one. Maybe I should just get this door ready, actually. Let me go for the rescue. I don't even care if I die at this point. I could have left, but... Alright, girl, I gotta leave. I tried. I tried, girl. My bad. I was gonna save you, but I didn't have anyone to back me up. GG's. Oh, she did have both. My thing is, like, why are you gonna be afraid of pallets if you have hubris? I don't get that. But that's just me, though. That's just me.
This wasn't what was supposed to happen.
That's just me, though. Maybe she forgot she had it, but I don't know. Just use. I don't know. One of them might be a Steagle. And I don't know. I normally don't mind Steve's, but I just had a gut feeling of one of them being a Steagle, and I didn't want to deal with that. So
Why?
Because.
Because what?
Stop!
Oh, come on.
Stop shaking my head, bro.
Any other time you like that?
Now I don't.
You
Stop lying.
You're friend now because you on stream.
I'm not. I didn't end stream. The fuck?
You're a friend.
Over here, friend. Babe, be quiet. Go do something. Okay, Aaron.
I check out.
Hi, my flop. Also, guys, this is gonna be LG, by the way. LG. I had Mabel up. Did Mabel... Bluff, you are in Mabel's chat all the time. Did Mabel end stream already? Did Mabel end stream? I don't think so. Okay. Okay, guys, this is my last game. No, she's still live. Okay. Okay, I might do some recordings off stream, guys, for my Trapper games and stuff, but I'm not sure. I don't know if I will. 'Cause I feel like I should, like, I don't know. I feel like as if... Okay, would you guys rather me record while I'm streaming or, like, record when I'm offline and then post it? Because, like, I don't mind y'all being in my YouTube video if y'all really wanted to. Oh, it's a slinger. What the fuck? Bro! Stop! Rusted Spike. Excuse me? Okay. It's a slinger. Is this who I think it might be? Is this May? I know, but I really want to, like, record on stream. But, like, I also want to do, like, a stream where, like, I'm playing, like, Trapper, and, like, you guys can also, like, ask me questions, you know? Does that make sense? Like, I don't know if that makes sense. Okay, look at me, my dirty thing! Hello? Who is that? Who is she? Deathbound. I'll be pretty lurky, though. Yeah, that's fair. He has a radius build, I feel like. No, whatchamacallits, though. It does. Yeah. Oh, I was giving a heads up for on and off. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I was like, wait, hold on. Are you, like, lurking or what, bestie? Because I was like, wait, hold on. I was like, you just got here. I was like, I don't mind if you lurk, though. But yeah, like, I think I might, and then I might have to make, like, a separate scene where, like, all my alerts and stuff are off. And stuff. Just in case. So that way if I get raided, because in one of my like recordings I did get raided and I'm like, wait, I'm like, I don't know if I should add that. I just won't be locked in and ask questions and stuff is all. Okay, yeah. That's valid. Did she really unhook him and farm? Or what? Whoa! That was a lucky. Oh my god, that was a lucky guess. Oh my god. Can I get an exclamation point DH, please? Oh my god. I got lucky with that though. I'm like, damn, okay. Like, okay. I'm like, okay. Like, okay, girl. Damn. Oh my god, oh my god. I don't know, y'all. Oh wait, hold on. Let me do this, so. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Let's fucking go. Yes! Oh! No! No! Stop! That's not funny. Leave me alone! Yeah! Leave me alone! Leave me alone! No! Leave me alone! Oh! He's listening? He's listening? Oh my god. Y'all, he listened to me. My god, that was actually, like, low-key hot, though. Okay, if Kate can come get me, or Quan, if Quan can come get me, that would be amazing. Actually. Oh my god, this Death Slinger is, like, very nice. Is that Kate really? Okay. I'm gonna, like, bleed out and die here. Well, I could easily just pick up Kate or heal her. Girl, let me heal you! You have solidarity, be honest. No, you don't. I was gonna say if you had solidarity, that would have been easier, but... No! No, leave me alone. Leave me alone. No. Leave me alone. Listen, stop. He's toying with me. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, I don't know where Juan went, so I'm just gonna work. Oh, never mind. I'll just work this gem. Oh, well, I guess don't work on the gem. Is it here? It's inside! It's inside! Oh, wait! It's right here. It's right here. Are you gonna close it? Oh, are you letting me have it? Thank you. Thank you. You were so cute. You were so cute. I loved you. You didn't know where to hide your head. Remember me. GG's. Had a lot of... Like, I can't leave you at plus rep. Yeah, plus rep. Okay, I'm gonna.
I was supposed to be a disciple,
Mm.
not a sacrifice.
I think, you know, I think that was a good game to end off on, guys. Actually. That was a really good game to end off on. And I do appreciate you guys for being here. Let's see. Okay. Mabel's been on for like quite some time. I don't know if she's gonna be ending soon though. Because obviously she has been on for a while, so I don't know. You know, maybe we should rate her, actually. We should rate her. I know, my elixir, but don't worry, I'll be on TikTok tomorrow. I'll be on TikTok tomorrow. So if you guys want to tune on TikTok, you guys can follow me on my socials, actually. So if you guys want to follow me on TikTok, I will be live on TikTok tomorrow. I'm gonna try to do some recordings next week, and then I'll make a separate scene for when I'm recording. Also, Elixir, can you put in the reminder chat where for me to make a scene for this recording only? And I can, so that way I could just do it. Because I feel like I'm gonna just forget. So we're gonna go raid our Mabel. And we're gonna go check in on Mabel. And show Mabel some love. Okay. I'll be, like I said, I'll be live on TikTok tomorrow. I'll be live on TikTok tomorrow, okay? And then I will also be I'll also be putting my schedule out for tomorrow as well in the Discord and whatnot. So I will see you guys I'll see you guys tomorrow, actually, on TikTok only. I'll see you guys on TikTok only, okay? And I will catch you guys later, okay? Bye!